巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け冷えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても迎え撃つ覚悟を僕がなんだってなんだってそれでいいじゃないか僕らは巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す
Hello, hello. Oh goodness. Today is Thursday, right? Thursday? Not Wednesday? Oh no. Today is Thursday. I had to double check. I was like, oh no, crap. Today is Thursday. Today is our last day of the week, but I'm really hoping that we're able to get through. We have a lot. Oh crap, I have some things open I shouldn't. I'm hoping we can get through if not all of it. Honestly, I'm really hoping for all of it. We'll see. We got to work hard today though, if we want to get all of it done. And if not, then I hope to get at least most of it done. Today we're going to be working on the same thing, but instead of lining and base colors, we're actually be working on, well, some of it will be base colors, but we're going to be working on rendering, shading. There we go. I was like, words. Oh my goodness. I did a challenge this, hold on, let me take a drink of water. Okay, oh my goodness. I did a challenge this morning, and the challenge was essentially trying to, Trying to increase my speed. I feel like I'm still too slow. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like a lot of artists feel that way. I'm gonna fix my microphone real quick. Not my mic's broke, but my actual position of my microphone, because it's like, there we go. Uh, I'm I don't know. I'm like, I just don't feel like I'm fast enough sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, look at oh blah, blah, blah. I look at my art. Hi Pickle, have a good lyric. Sometimes I look at my art and I'm like, I'm really trying to get faster. So I did some research, and in my research I found 5 tips to help get faster. One of which I think I already do. Oh crap! I darn it. I wrote down those tips, but I wrote them down in like a journal thing that I can't open right now. It's like a thing on Steam. So I mean, I guess I technically could open it, but I don't really want to have that open and then like everything else that I currently have open. Biggest of rip. But there were 5 really cool tips, and I feel like they helped. I practiced it on one piece of art today already, but when I tried doing the art, I was like, I didn't like how it came out, and that's okay, because it's the very first one. I'm going to assume, I have to do several pieces, not only to pick up the tips, so that I can understand, okay, this is actually what I should be doing, what I shouldn't be doing, but also just, like, to improve the speed, basically, which is the whole point of the thing. So I'm looking super forward to that. Let's go. But I do plan to at least, I'm marking myself at 2 hours max. So I have 2 hours to complete a piece, and whatever happens, happens. Like, whatever at the very, Pokemon, at the very end of it, whatever it comes out to at the end of 2 hours is that's it. I don't want to completely, I'll give myself like a small window of, okay, if I really, really just want to make this, like, look good enough, then I'll give myself like a 5-minute window or something. But no, 2 hours should be like literally the cutoff. I think 2 hours should be the cutoff. My brain derped for a second here. I did the 2 hours. There was one other thing that I was going to do this morning, and I can't remember. Oh, I was gonna start doing some of my to-do lists, but I didn't get around to it. Oops. Speaking of to-do list, oh no, help. Where is it? On OBS, here it is. Boop. There we go, we got our task list. We're gonna be working, oh man, there's so many different, I don't know if I'm gonna sit here and focus on every single one. I still did not do the base colors of the monster, so actually, I say I want to finish it, but now that I think about it, I might not be able to finish the monster scenes, but I can finish all the ones that I've at least started. So we'll start with, oh crap, what was the number? I'll try focusing on, I'll try focusing on whichever number is the very first Parker one. Oop. Hi Erotic, hi Viso, welcome in. Alright, I'm waiting for my task list to keep scrolling so I can see. Eventually I have to start removing some of the ones that I finished. There it is, 5. There we go. I just like to be a little bit organized, just a tiny bit. Oh wait, that's right. I saw it move. I was like, wait, what? No, okay, never mind. My brain. Oh, and we finished 23. Heck yeah. What else have we done? I still have to do all the other ones. Darn it. I was hoping that we finished more, but I have to do all the rest of the ones. I died a bike, so we're probably gonna get started in a minute or two. So that we can knock out a lot of what we got to knock out. Oh, yes, announcement. Crap, I almost forgot. Next week we are doing a charity stream. I was asked by VTuber SummerSlam or Gamers Outreach to participate again this year, and I said, heck yeah. So for 3 days, we're going to be participating. It's kind of within our normal, Wednesday and Thursday is our normal stream schedule, and Friday's going to be a special. I will say somewhere, one of those, oh, now I have to fix the rogue. Darn you, Rogue Energy. I have to fix the rogue announcement. Hi, Visago. Oh, crap, what was I saying? Beans. Not the rogue, before that. Oh, the VTuber SummerSlam. We are going to be participating in VTuber SummerSlam. I'm hoping that if I can align things correctly, I will be working on the animation challenge during that time. So that'll be fun. We do have incentives and we do have milestones. I haven't turned them into commands yet, but the announcement is over on Twitter. It's over on Twitter and the Discord. So if you're not over on Discord and or Twitter, here you go. Thanks. I think, oh crap, I should hit the socials because I think the social pops up the Discord as well. Sorry to spam. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. I thought I was spamming for a second there. Yeah, feel free to join either or, because the announcement is on both of them, if you guys want to read about the goals and the incentives for the charity stream. Thank you, Dynamite. I know we were talking about it a little while back about wanting to get sponsored by some sort of energy, either energy drinks, energy bars, vitamins, coffee, that kind of stuff. I'm really shocked and surprised. Hi, Sick Ripper. All right, what we're going to start with today, this morning, we're going to start with fixing the announcement that we made yesterday. Out, hi, Wild Potatoes. My head. Yeah, the 30% off is no longer around. You guys can still use the code for 20% off, but... Oh, gosh. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I gotta start editing my stuff. I will hydrate in just a moment. Okay, edited that. I have to edit the command. So ignore the command for 1 second while I edit it. June 20th. Wait, but today's June 20th. You darn tootin'. Commands. Edit. Rogue. That should work. Aw. I forgot to change the number. Damn it. Hold on. One more time. I spam the chat one more time. There we go. I was like, Oh, I'll drink right now. Ah, heck yeah, Visago. I should be getting mine soon. I'm really excited. I was told that the snowstorm tastes watermelon-y, but I have no idea because I haven't tried it yet. But someone else asked and someone else answered. And ironically, I got sour watermelon, so I'm gonna have 2 watermelon flavors. I have no idea, though. Okay, let's go move over already, and we're gonna start fixing the announcement. Once I figure out what buttons I'm supposed to be pushing here. I really need to make my... buttons a little less button pushy. Whoa! Don't worry, we'll get this. Oh, first try! Kind of. Ignore the wonk, but we got it basically first try. Heck yeah. Okay, let's fix this. There you go. Save, 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 save. And I need to make one more announcement for the VTuber SummerSlam. So I will do that right now. Actually, I'll do it literally right now. I was gonna do it, I was like, maybe I'll do it... wait, what the heck? Maybe I'll do it after I open DaVinci, but I'm like, well, no, I should probably do it right now. VTuber SummerSlam. I have so many things I've been working on lately. I'm so excited to show you guys when I get the chance. Alright, let me get my VTuber SummerSlam graphic. Once I find it. I think it's this one? No? This is our other charity event. Here's a sneaky peeky. If you guys didn't already see it on Discord, here's a sneaky peeky at our next charity event too, in July, but that's not the one I'm looking for. I don't know. I don't think I saved it. Unless I saved it somewhere else? Why would I do that, though? Where is it? I don't think I saved it anywhere. Anywhere that's within sight. Hi, Sayu!
Magical creatures. It's the magics.
All right, we'll just use this one.
Who did that? Captain Toonie, hello! Welcome in. Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it.
See, it kind of fits in there. Kind of. If I get rid of the sand, no, Sandy. I kind of wanted to move things around so that I can make things bigger and smaller, so it's a little more readable. But I don't have the file. I don't know where the file went. Let me see. What did I save that as? Let me try searching real quick. VTubers SummerSlam. No, I did not. I'm looking at it right now. I did not save. I only saved the final product. I didn't save the edited folders. This is all I have. That's okay though. It's not. It's not readable. wait. I know what to do. I know what to do. Hi, Vika. Welcome in. Here, check this out. Heck yeah. It's a little wonk, but since it's so far away, you won't even be able to tell. Yeah. That's just so I can make everything a little bigger so you can see it when it's small. You guys already know my channel, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. If I can. Hold on. Okay, I can make it a little bit bigger. Because when it's far away, like small, you can at least kind of read it. Even if you can't, I will definitely turn it into a command. VTuber SummerSlam. Oh, wait, what? Huh? Come back. Perfect. We did our best. I'll just make the corner pink. Note to self, try saving files and not saving files. I mean, I could also just block this whole thing out and just put... Maybe I'll do that. Oh, wait, I have like a... What am I doing? I have this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just take the logo, put it over top of everything, and blow it up. Woo! Maybe not that big, but... Hello, welcome to Spelly's lesson in photo manipulation. Especially when you don't save the proper files. Let's go. This looks wonky, but hopefully from far away it won't look as wonky. Okay, let's see. Blur tool, let's go. Let's just blur it. I wish I saved everything properly. Darn it. Whee! Oof, this is rough. What? There we go. That's a little better than whatever was happening before. Alright, June 26th to June 28th. There we go. That's how you make an announcement. Heck yeah. Except this. VTuber SummerSlam. Alright, let's save that now. Oh my goodness. I can't spell. Okay, and then we open DaVinci. And we put it over in DaVinci. Oh, man. What was I gonna say? There was something else that I was supposed to do this morning. Scheduling. Ah, beans. The life of an artist, except for the art part. It's the life of an artist, but you don't actually do art. You just you do everything else. Alright.
DaVinci.
We will put them, I guess, just on the end. So we have 2 of them to add on. No, wait. One of them... Oh, wait. One already got changed. I only have 1 to add on. Which is this one. Let's make it the same length as the other ones. Transparent background. Put on the fading, and then it should be good now. Is it Friday yet? I honestly thought today was Wednesday. I'm so sorry. I thought today was Wednesday. I was like, Alright. It is not Wednesday, my dude. Wah.
Warning.
Hi, Rib.
Warning.
Oh, it
Remix
took so
has
long.
entered the stream.
Alright, I think I got everything. Export alpha, add to render queue. No. I forgot to save it as the file name. There it is. Save. Yes. Add to render queue now. Rendering. And it, ow. It is done rendering. Okay, we are done. We made new announcement. We changed this one and we made the VTuber Summer. It looks a little wonky, like if you look at it close up, but it'll look fine as the announcement.
And it's done. We got the announcements done. Heck yeah. Look at us bustling. In a good way. Oh, my back. Help. How are you doing today, Rib?
Yeah, no, today is not Friday. Today is Thursday, but soon. Actually, today's is, depending on where you live, it's already 1:30 on a Thursday, which means Thursday, just a few more hours. And then Thursday will be done for those on the East Coast, or those that work a 9 to 5 job. Or I guess I'm really used to ending work at like 3:30, 4:30 time. I don't normally end at 5. Back when I worked in the lab.
Buh. Alright.
So I guess we'll start.
Oh.
References.
References. With the chicken strips. Hi, Ryu. Will you look at? Okay. I got my references.
I lost my, there it is. I was like, I have my reference. I lost my reference. Help. Okay. How's it going? We just started, so it's going pretty well. For just starting, I guess. Today is a day. It's just a day for me. I have...
Heck yeah. Fang.
I think I will start by adding gradients to everything. So let's get that down. I'm gonna try labeling all my layers to see if that helps. And the reason that would help if it does is that I'd be able to like visually see, okay, I don't need to keep guessing which layer is which. But we will see. So I'm gonna work up to these 4 for right now, because then I haven't done a lot of this stuff at, well, I did this one too. Maybe I'll do these 2 next, but I'll work up this one, this one, this one, and this one. These are the goals, the plan for today. To fully finish. Let's do gradients first.
Thank you for head pat. Great. Ugh. Hmm. Oh gosh. Hey, Maestro. Hold on, wait. Okay. I will drink and I will save. Thank you, thank you.
Drink the save. Drink the floppy disk? Save the drink. Man, can you guys believe that they 3D modeled the save icon? It's so weird, right? Out of all the things they could have 3D modeled. Alright, time to start working. Nah. Nah. We don't work around here. That's a lot of work.
Working.
No, now we're working. Before it was working.
Stretch.
Actually, I need to stretch my shoulders. You guys ever pop your like chest bone? I don't know. Your chest bone and it goes crack. That's a nice feeling. Daily. I don't know about that. You never have? It's great. Your sternum? Oh, it's a nice feeling. I have been told that most people are unable to crack their own bones. Crack is not the right word there. I think everyone's capable to crack their own bones. Most people are not able to pop their own bones. I didn't know. I thought most people could pop their own bones. Or actually, it's, you know what I mean, the joints, but... How you to pop it? Stretching? Balls. I forgot to get more Pokeballs, darn it. You gotta buy more balls, bro. Here you go. Here, I need to buy more too, so if you want to see what it looks like from a professional ball buyer. Ow. I think we finished the gradients other than the eyes. So those are the eye gradients. Oh. The Who is that? Did you just wait? Actually I missed it. Did you just change it, or what, has it always been like that this whole today? My brain. Got it yesterday? Oh yeah, I don't know who that is then. That's weird. Cringe. Let's go. Actually,
good afternoon. It is nice to see you. Melnarzar? Did I say that right? Melnarzar?
I don't think, I feel like I'm not saying that right at all. I'm so sorry. Melnazar. Why was I saying Narzar? But he was calling me Mel. Okay, sounds good. That makes it so much easier on me. I don't know why I was adding the extra R. There we go. I have put you into my OBS as Mel.
How you do today? Good afternoon.
The one who does art?
It is me, Isaac. Me. I do art sometimes. Sometimes.
Voice row. Oh, I should check my grade, actually. Grade. Yeah! Happy to see you working on animatic? Yeah. It's coming along. A little bit. Is it bad that I know what I have to do? I'm just... I'm feeling, like, really icky today because of my wank. Today's kind of an icky day. And I'm like, no. I don't want to feel icky.
Ugh. It's true. 8 is my favorite. I will drink right now.
And the save. Oh no, the save broke. the save crashed my CSP for like 2 seconds.
Have a good one, man bear, Zach.
Alright, I'm just gonna stick to one drawing at a time for a little bit. Shading next.
Hi, Oz. How you do today? Hey, girl, hey.
Hey, my name is Asai Farah, and you should be following
Sorry.
Scully.
Oh
Like,
man,
what are you waiting for?
I cannot laugh today. Oh no. Sorry, is this the timing? Well, I mean, I saw it, but you know what I mean. No! Don't apologize for being late. That's what we're here for. We hang out when we hang out. It's not like a time schedule.
Hi, Gundor. Hi.
Today is Thursday.
Baka baka? How is it meowing? Meow meow. It do be Thursday, it do. It really do be do.
Yeah,
It's been going pretty well.
I think my social battery has absolutely run dry throughout this week. I am not feeling talkative today. Not to say that I can't talk to you guys, I guess it's more like I will talk to you guys if you guys want to talk, but if not, I'm not gonna force myself to try to talk. You know how as a streamer, you, like, try to make conversations and stuff? I think my social battery is at that limit. I could talk if you guys want to talk, but I'm not gonna try to force a conversation or anything. Or, like, try to make my own conversation. Yeah. It's one of those days. In fact, I'll even turn up the music a little bit. Oh, if I can find it. Here it is. 'Cause I couldn't hear it. We must make a conversation? We're supposed to. Usually reply with someone otherwise you concentrate on art. Well, as as an art streamer, it's a bit easier. But in general, as a streamer, even as an artist technically, but not always as an artist. But in general, as an entertainer, you know, as a content creator, you're supposed to be making content. And again, as an artist, it's a bit different because our content can be just making art. There's tons of muted artists as well. But in general, as an entertainer, you know, you find things to talk about, and that's why people make jokes about it all the time. Like, just finding random things and just making, like, full-blown monologues out of those random things. And on a typical day, I could do that, but my battery is short-circuited and I need to charge it. I haven't had the chance to charge my social battery at all this week. I think on Saturday... Do I have any plans? Oh, crap. I think next Friday, I'll probably be able to recharge my social battery again. I'll just spend the whole day. Next Friday, wait. Oh, crap. No, because then we have the charity stream. Next Saturday. So I'm trying to think of my schedule now. Next Saturday, I'll just spend the whole day, like, doing my own thing so I can recharge my social battery. Oh, man. Yeah. I'll do that, but I don't have the option to do it before then, so I will make I will schedule it in my little scheduler. Next Saturday, don't plan anything with other people. Just do my own thing. You usually am on mute, so you don't wake people in the house. That makes sense, though. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I think we're done with the shading on this one. Hi, Grim. What? It's surprised to see you. I hope you're doing well. You want to sleep? I have been really good with sleep lately. I've been getting the proper amount of time. I think it's because I've been getting really good sleep lately that I've had a lot of energy. But I've been expending that energy a lot on social events and socializing that's why I'm getting a bit, like, my battery low. It's kind of like the idea of, you know, wait, how does that saying go? I don't know how the saying goes. It's like dying. No, it's not dying. I don't know what the word is. Drowning in fame? Is that the term? Although fame for this is energy. Because I have energy. Heck yeah. I will stretch. And I will drink. You love getting good eeps? Yeah. Let me grab my water. Hold on, let me turn down the brightness on my phone. I don't know why I have it all the way up. Wow. Thank you, Grim. I appreciate. We're almost getting there. It's a little heart. Oh. I don't know why I did that in the first place, but I'm gonna remove that there. Okay. Wonk. What? Yeah.
Hi, Zero. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah.
Aw, man. Remind me not to laugh. It hurts my tummy. Bottom. Thank you. I must remember. Remember. What did you do to make laughing hurt? I was born a female. Yeah. Ow. Well, on the bright side, we know everything's working the way it should be, you know. Gotta look at the positives. Gotta look at the positives. Warm rice pack. Oh, Oh, no, wait, never mind. I was gonna say, I just bought rice the other day, but we dumped the whole rice thing out into our rice bowl. Because we store our rice in, like, a bowl instead of in the bag that it comes in. And I was like, oh. I guess I could always just pour some into a bag. Nah, I'm fine, though. I used to have a heating pad. It's in storage now. Who knows where that is. Whack. Fruits or sweets, neither. Spicy food. I like sweet. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'll still pick sweets because I just like sweets in general. But I actually don't normally eat very much. Right now. You guys know what I mean. Oh. I was like, what's that sound? My alarm was going off that whole time, bro. Huh? It is a wonderful investment. If only I had my heating pad. It's not a super biggie. This, sometimes it's really bad. This time around, it's not super duper bad. It's just super duper... It doesn't hurt that much. But it's very... present. So it could be worse, for sure. The spicy would hurt more? My stomach? Nah, because the heat, bro. Even though it's not heat, but you know what I mean. It makes my body warm. It's a nice feeling. And here's where I'd put my heating pad. Stop! Don't make me laugh. I'm actually might have to go to the bathroom. Wait. It's my fault for finding things funny. From now on, I will find nothing funny. I will turn off my funny bone. My funny bone has been turned off. I will no longer laugh. Thank you so much, Jelly Buns, for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That's right. No silly in this household. We are all cereal. The laughter is gone. The joy is gone. What do you mean? You can be happy. Do you think, wait, what? Huh? You could be happy without laughing. I could do it. I prove it to you.
Gray! Gray, thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. My name is Smelly. That is me. I am your headmistress, Witch, on Twitch. And I do art and animation. Thank you so much for the raid. Bleh. Welcome in. How was your stream? How was Pokemon Trading Card Game Live?
What? Ah! Ah! Ow. Sorry for the ads. Well, Gray's fine, but for anyone else that got ads, I just realized we had ads. Oh no, the fun. Yeah, I was like, ugh. How am I? I'm doing well, except today is like, I have a bad tummy day. So I'm trying not to laugh because laughing hurts my tummy. Otherwise, I'm doing fine. Like, I'm fine otherwise.
It's just my tum. It's my tum. Tell it to tum, not tum. Tum. Ow.
Ah! I refuse. So I told everyone that I'm no longer gonna laugh. I have removed my funny bone, and I will no longer laugh. Laughing is not something I do here anymore. Not the bad tummy. It'll be okay. We've all had bad tummy days. Is that chat? No, cause please don't. Ow. Don't. Not unless you like waterfalls, bro.
Duh.
I appreciate it, Rim. Wasn't going to. No challenge.
No.
Ooh, a polywhirl. Ooh. I was like, no, thank you, Gray. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, Gray, I completely understand. Feel free to. Otherwise, I'm seeing how far I can get on this. I'm gonna be honest, I was a bit ambitious. I was hoping I could finish it by today. The whole thing, I mean. But considering our circumstances right now with bad tummy syndrome, I'm not as confident anymore. Not as confident. But who knows? Maybe me having bad tummy will lead to me not talky as much, which leads to me maybe working more. I don't know yet. We're still figuring things out. Being lunch? Heck yeah. Aw, man. What time is it? I did not eat lunch. Crap, it's 2 something. Ugh. Rip. To be fair, I normally eat lunch not. And considering, again, the bad tummy, yeah, ironically, considering the bad tummy, it's probably for the best that I don't, eat until dinner. Which isn't, that's not a, again, we've all done that before.
Boy.
I believe in the you that believes in me, Maestro. Thank you. So our goal for today is to at least finish these 4. So this is the second one. The first one, oh gosh, the first one, the second one, third one, and fourth one. At least these 4. We can continue. We can continue. If not, then you guys already know. I'll call it. That's our goal for today. I kept it sweet and simple.
Yep. Have a good lunch. Bring me some, please. What's for lunch?
No, I don't want that. High tech, no. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I'm so sorry, Rim. I haven't looked at the file Rim sent over yet. We could do that during our break. I'll go and open up the grand old Unity. The thing that people were not liking the other month.
Don't forget to save.
I shall save. I do have a save, redeem. And when you guys redeem the save redeem, it auto-saves. It auto-saves my, yeah, that one right there. So you'll see it at the top over here. Wait for it. There it is. It'll auto-save my thing. Heck yeah.
Yippee! Thank you for the save. Neat.
Yeah. Well, it's useful Sometimes. Sometimes I'm not focused into Clip Studio. So when someone... Ow. When someone redeems... save and I'm not in Clip Studio, it'll try saving, like, my website or whatever. And I'm like, no. But most of the time I'm in Clip Studio, so it works most of the time.
Heck yeah, a little Stardew. What's for lunch, Techno? What you gonna make? I gotta stretch, actually. I have stretched. Okay. Leftover curry and fresh rice. Ooh, I have leftover rice and leftover orange chicken from yesterday. Sounds delicious. Orange chicken. Aw, it's so good. Orange chicken.
Alright, I think we finished 2 of them for shading and all the gradients, which is pretty good. Well, I didn't do the shading here, but I didn't even finish this one. I don't feel like doing hands.
When?
I also don't know what skin color I want to make her. I've been thinking... like a chocolatey... because... she's the head... It's so bad, because she's the top... Wait, the master chef? No, that's baking, though. That doesn't make sense, no. I was gonna make her, like, a chocolatey, because she's the head chef. Or the top chef. Master chef, oh my goodness. So many words. But now that I think about it, that's baking. That's not even cooking. Ugh. I wanted to have a cool idea, and my idea just went down the... I know. Chocolatey? Yeah. Like the color of chocolate. Reminds me of chocolate. But the issue... Well, there's not really an issue, but it doesn't... I wanted it because of chocolate. Like desserts, like baking, but I guess when you're a cook, it doesn't mean you're... Like, even if you're good at cooking, doesn't mean you're gonna be good at baking. That was my logic anyway. Alright, break time. Let me check. Depends where you work, that's also true. Like, I'm assuming you have to be good at cooking and baking if you work at, like, oh my gosh, Cheesecake Factory? Because did you know they do food and not just, like, cheesecake? Oh, ow. As long as you practice both, that's true. But we do agree, at least, hi Cruel, we do agree at least that there is a difference between a cook and a baker. You can be both, but they are different things.
Hi, sweetie. Welcome in.
What was I gonna do on break again? I can't remember. I said I was gonna do it on break, and I don't remember. Right. Oh, yes. Right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll do it right now.
Sweetie. Sweetie's so cute. Huh? Patas. Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
We're about to hop over to Unity so that I can make a throwable. Rim Ulex, our lovely moderator, made a 3D model yesterday. And I wanted to, oh no, my local disk space is so small. I wanted to see if I can figure out how to turn that into a Warudo throwable.
I don't want to add that to my video.
Unity is opening. It's gonna take a hot minute though. Hope my PC doesn't light on fire. You're eating pasta salad with salmon and feta. It's perfection. Oh, that sounds great. Hope you eat and drink well too. I don't know if I'm gonna eat very much today, but I'll definitely make sure to stay hydrated for sure. Oh no! It didn't open. Or is it still trying to open?
Strawberries. Strawberries and chocolate.
Please no combustion. Yeah, I'd be pretty sad and scared at the same time. Yes. Definitely is something good. I've been really conscious of conscious of my work speed as well. And if you use certain tools, they might have things that will tell you how long it's taken. What do you mean it's already open? I don't see it. It says that it's open, but where? Oh, here it is.
Oh.
Okay. So, what we have to first do is go to Assets. I got my Angel VTuber telling me what to do right here. We go to Assets. I'm gonna delete the one from yesterday. Okay. Warudo, new mod. It will be called Rogue. Okay. Create mod. Do I have his... Oh crap, where did I... Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay.
Have a good one, Dynamite. Cube.
Oh. Rim, was it supposed to have, a texture on it or no? Okay. Read and write. Apply. I am not a pro user. Oh. Prop. My PC is not happy right now. Oh, I think I might have accidentally saved over the spelly hat. Hold on, let me see. No, I didn't. Okay. Whew. Okay, I'm done with it. Ow. All right, I exported it, but I don't know if it's going to have a texture right now. But if we need to, I gotta turn off Unity because my PC's not happy. Oh, good. That would suck. Can you imagine you do hat on and it's just a tub of rogue energy? I just sit here like, buh. Let me turn on the music again. There we go. Oh, those are cool pictures, Grim.
Thank you for the twink. I'll drink white now, and then I'll get back to shading. Nom, 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 nom.
I didn't know you were close. I didn't know Grim and Gray were close friends. You were hoping that the piano would KO just to reset it completely. Imagine. Hi, Aokuri. How are you doing today? We are? Doing good. How are you? I'm alright. Actually, I think I might have to use the bathroom really fast. You guys already know the struggle. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Do my thing, and then I'll be right back. Yeah. Piss. Huh. No, it won't be that long. It won't be that long. Unless you guys really want words on stream. It'll be like a minute or two. I'll restart the timer back to 40 when I'm back.
Okay, I am back. Yippee! Thank you.
All right. Let me restart the timer real quick, and then there we go.
My back.
You think I would do well with Cyberpunk? Why is that? Like the color scheme of Cyberpunk? Yo. Ah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually normally use green instead of blue for shading, but the reason I chose blue was because let's just make this all blue. Was because this over here was green at first when I had the colors turned on, so I did blue instead of green, so they didn't clash. And then I wound up turning off the colors anyway, so it didn't even matter. In the end, it didn't even matter.
Ooh, a Pokemon. Thank you. For me? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, not the cutest Pokemon I've ever seen, but I got a Pokedex to complete. That's right. It's not gotta catch some of them, it's gotta catch them all. I added it either yesterday or the day before, sometime this week. Because, especially, like, right now is not so bad if someone typed a lot, because there's not a lot of people talking. But there's been times where there's, like, a handful of people talking, and you guys know, it's a little hard to keep up with chat, and some people will type, like, a whole book, and I have to read that on top of everyone else's message, and I get so far behind. I'm like, I figure if people really want to send, like, a lot, depending on what it is, it could probably just go to the Discord. Or if it's not important enough to have that much text, they could just shorten it. Because I'm sure there's, like, some other way to shorten it so it says something else. But the same thing, you know what I mean. It's 200 characters is the limit right now. That's still a lot. Yeah, like I don't mind reading if it wasn't that I'm on stream live and trying to keep up with everyone. Sometimes, again, like right now is not a good example, but sometimes it could be like, help. Now imagine if everyone did it though. Like if I was trying to read chat and everyone was, help. Oh, wait, what? Did I? Wow. Why do I know this song? Oh, that's why. Okay. I didn't realize this was from an anime. I was like, I have heard this somewhere. Yep. That's fair. I I know someone a lot like that too, who likes to for lack of better terms, super over-explained, because it's harder to have miscommunications if you explain everything in detail. Kind of. I say kind of because I have also seen miscommunications because things were explained over detailed. It's like no winning, bro.
Niche, niche. Hi. I talk about niche all the time because I want to work out. I want to work out at some point.
I've been working out, you know, I've been going on walks every day during stream. So we do 4 pomos. We're on our, if you look at the bottom left, we're on our 3rd pomo right now. After 4 pomos, I go on a walk. And lately, I have been less out of breath getting home. Because normally when I get home, I'm like, I'm not fully out of breath, but I'm like, oh man, that was a good walk. Ugh. You know what I mean? Now, lately, I haven't really been out of breath coming home. I think I'm getting a little better at walking. As weird as that sounds.
I'm really happy about that. Heck yeah.
Yeah, no laughing. I'm gonna try not to laugh. I'm a little better now because I went to the bathroom. But I'm gonna still try not to laugh. Why am I leaning forward? There we go.
You guys look at this, thank you. I'm happy.
I'm still doing wall push-ups though. I could try a knee push-up. I do not want to try a knee push-up right now though. Let me tell you, it is that time. I think I would rather not do anything to strain my waist area right now, including crunches, push-ups, almost anything. I'm okay with doing leggy stuff like walking or like my steppies. I have like a steppies machine. But I don't want to do anything too strenuous right now. Maybe give me a few days.
Oh, thank you, Niche. Thank you for the shout out to Niche. Niche is great. You guys should check out DJ does amazing 3D modeling.
You know what I'm realizing right now? I'm dancing. I'm realizing that I haven't really been shouting people out. Like, people get shouted out, yeah. Thank you again to my lovely mods for always being here for me. I'm realizing now that I haven't really been shouting people out, if that makes sense. Like, I haven't been saying, hey guys, check out this person, they do this and that. I've been getting lazy. I need to stop being so freaking lazy, bro. Help. I've gotten spoiled and lazy, honestly. I feel bad. Ooh. Or catching a piano. Hey, look, at least I was dancing. That's the cool part, Sick Ripper. Even if I'm not good at catching pianos. Yes, Niche is very sweet. Oz is very sweet too. That's right. Oz is not afraid to... I don't know entirely about Niche, but after what I heard, was it yesterday? Or was it the day before? After what I heard, I'm starting to believe that Niche might also. But I know for sure that Oz is not afraid to tell you off if needed. For real, for real. Strong individual. Yeah, after what I heard, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. I'm losing track of time. But after what I heard about freaking Starbucks, Panera, but not Panera, craziness. Were you looking yesterday? Ow. When I'm hungry, no holds barred. I will fight. That's fair. That's fair. That is very valid. But if I'm well fed, I'm a squishy little gremlin. Now, I feel like it's very different when it's like putting up with stuff that's happening to you as a person, as opposed to then someone's doing something to your friends, and then suddenly you're like, oh, hold on. When it was me, it was one thing. Because it's like, you know, I can put up with a lot. But my friends? Bro? Banana bread, bro? Nah, I feel like a lot of people are much more willing to stand up for their friends than they are themselves. Which isn't, like, the best thing, but it's definitely a lot better than not doing anything, I guess. Same with family. With close family, yeah. And when I say close, I mean people you're close with, not necessarily close like, you know what I mean. But I would not do it for every family member for sure. There are some family members I'll just let sit there. But everyone's families are different. I lost patience and put 2 of my viewers on blast for jokes made in ignorance yesterday. Exactly. And me? I'm afraid to do that. Well, again, it really depends, because I have snapped before. You guys have seen that happen. Oops. But most of the time, I'm afraid to do that. I don't want to put you guys on blast. I want to... If I need to call you, I actually had to do it the other day. Obviously I'm not going to tell you who, because I'm not going to call them out. That would be opposed to the whole point of it. But I had to call someone out the other day for something. And, honestly, it just comes down to making sure people understand. The big thing is, if someone understands... I have no idea what was just said. Oh. If someone... I forgot what I was saying. Beans. But yeah, you definitely shouldn't be afraid to say something to someone, regardless of how you say it. But I try not to blast people. Because I'm afraid. It's me, I'm a coward, hi. Because I don't like confrontation. But I'm not too afraid of confrontation to do it in DM, so if need be. Speaking of which, there actually is someone that I probably should DM. If they come in here into stream and they do the thing that they've been doing lately that I haven't been liking, if they do it again, I will DM them. I could just DM them now, but if they don't ever do it again, then it's like there's no reason. But if they do it, I could be like, okay, this is the like 4th, 5th, 6th time in a row. I'm gonna have to DM you. Please don't do that anymore. That's usually what I do, is if someone's doing something, I'll try to DM them. I say usually. Usually I just ignore it until it gets to the point where I have to DM them. But... yeah. This is your house, you gotta lay the law. You mean I gotta lay down. This is my house, so it's now nap time. Honk-chew. Honk-chew. What are we talking about? We're talking about laying down Visago. The law, but laying... Yes, nap time. Ow. Like I said, it doesn't really hurt that much now that I went to the bathroom, but it's still like, I gotta sit differently. Maybe that's why. But no, if my brain to chat filter is broken... Yeah, like I said, most people, they probably mean well. They just don't know. Especially if it's something oddly specific, they just don't know. And it's no fault of anyone's. It's, if anything, it falls on the streamer to then communicate, hey, that made me uncomfy, or hey, whatever the issue is there, right? That's where it falls on the streamer to do that, but beyond that, like, if they continue doing it, it's their fault. If they stop doing it, it was just it's just like, you just gotta communicate, you know? And most of the time, it's just like a matter of they didn't know. That's it. Not everyone... I firmly believe not everyone's out to get you, you know? Not everyone's going to be malicious. Now, granted, I'm not saying be a pushover. There are malicious people out there, but not everyone's gonna be malicious. I like to believe most people aren't.
Smeargle.
Oh. There we go.
Smeargle.
Sorry, I get tags every now and then when someone says my name in someone else's chat. So wait, let me... So I just got a tag and I'm like, I'm gonna pop over there and be like, bleep. Exactly. I don't know if everyone knows that, but I do get tagged. It depends on the channel, though. It's not literally every channel that's on Twitch. I think the shading is done. Nice turn. Oh, thank you, Vasago. I'm actually super not confident about that piece. I really appreciate that you guys like it. Because I am, I did the piece. It was a big challenge to try to keep it in 2 hours only. And when I finished it, I was like, okay. I almost immediately, like, I put my signature on it. As soon as the timer ran out, I put my signature on it, and I threw it straight onto Twitter. I didn't even think about it. And now that I look at it, I'm like, there's so many things I would have done differently, I would have fixed. It's a good challenge. Hi, Amanon. We're talking about the 2-hour challenge. Trying to finish an art piece in 2 hours or less. And I can show you guys, I don't mind. I'll do a small self-analyzing segment right now. Now, I'm gonna preface this with saying I'm not trying to put myself down at all. This is me analyzing my art so I can see what I can do differently next time I do the next 2-hour challenge. Or whatever amount of time. So this is the art piece that we made for the challenge. And if I literally just... I see you, Brim! Lol. Oh crap, that distracted me for a second there. Oh, thank you. See, like, if you look at it on first glance, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm not at all saying it's that bad. But I am gonna say that, now I'm gonna point out the things that I can do differently the next time I do it. So firstly, off very first glance, there is literally no focal point. There is no focal point. Normally the focal point is the face, but I have nothing pointing it into the face other than the blurs, I guess, but I didn't blur it that much for it to be considered a focal point. I rendered the eyes really well, and then I did something dumb. Towards the end of the rendering, I put on way too much glow effect that lifted the color of the eyes so much so that it's too similar with the skin. The skin's another thing I'll mention in a second. And so the focal point, which was originally supposed to be the eyes, is kind of lost. So when you look at it on the grand scheme of things, like, your eyes kind of shift to the face because there's not a whole lot else to look at otherwise, but the background is white, the skin's close to white, the shirt is white, the eyes are practically white. Like, there's not a whole lot. I guess the focal point would be the hair, if anything. And that's not the intention. The intention was to be the face in general, especially towards the eyes, because the eyes are the only thing that I rendered. Everything else, I did my normal. I guess I did the orbs pretty cool this time around, but the eye was supposed to be the focal. Zoom out a little bit. This was supposed to be the focal. And more so, this is more the focal. Not the worst thing, but that was not the original intention, right? The values suck. The value of this, it was a lot worse. I actually added more dark into the back of the hair, and I just threw on some, like, soft, multiply tool shadows at the very end after I merged everything already. But at the end of the day, the values could have absolutely, like, they took such a dive. They took such a dive. The best that came out of it was the back of the hair, which I even then could have probably made darker, but it's not that bad. But the rest of it, minus the back of the hair, the values are just awful. They're really bad. I did not shade any of the face. Like, I did the little eye parts here because I started to, and then I completely forgot. And that has nothing to do with time, because I had plenty of time. I did not shade the face. Like, I wanted to shade the face, with hard shadows. Where the hair is, all of that. I shaded it over the neck. I shaded all this. But afterwards, I completely forgot. So I missed that part. That's something to just remember. I also feel like I did not do enough shading. Like, I like the shading that happened over here. I don't mind the shading down here because this is starting to get away from the focal point. But over here, I think the reason that I feel like I didn't do enough shading is because the focal point is up here instead of where it was supposed to be, which is around the face. So rather to frame the face. And because the focal point is up here, it feels like it wasn't enough shading. I might have done enough shading in terms of, like, the cell shading. It's hard to tell, though, because of the focal point. The focal point's, like, the big thing that bothers me the most. I didn't do a background. That's not the world's worst thing at all. You don't have to do a background every single time. But I feel like there was no real direction with this piece. I didn't really give it much thought. I just drew the character. So, like, the lighting is kind of all over the place. It is mostly coming from the top down, which is fine, like, uniform. But then there's also parts where it's coming from, like, the top left, or top right, I mean. I don't know. It's not the worst, but I feel like if I had at least thought about, lighting placement, or at least what kind of vibe I was going for, that would have helped a lot. Like, had I gone for a different lighting vibe, or in general vibe, rather than whatever this is, it might have came out. Like, I just need to think before I just start randomly going into it. Just give it a little more thought of, like, compositing. Compositing? Is that the right word? No, there's another word for it. I don't know what the word is, but there's another word. Just the layout, the whole layout of the whole piece could have definitely been better. Like, firstly, she's directly in the middle. So usually putting a character directly in the middle is not a good idea. I could have had her, like, off on the side like this. And then had more of her hair showing. And then had something. Or, I don't know. It's there's a lot that I could have done differently. Is it a bad piece? I don't think it's a bad piece for sure. Hi, Bang. But there's a lot that I could have fixed. And it's a lot that firstly, I need to probably write this down or highlight this section of the stream so that I remember this stuff. So that I remember that this is the stuff that I need to improve on the next time I go into a drawing. Also, this is Sleepy Bunzu, Animon. Sleepy Bunzu's OC. Yeah. Not a commission either. This is just for me, I'm trying to improve my speed. That's a big thing I'm trying to do coming up. So I am definitely looking for ways to improve my speed. Yeah, like I said in the start, I'm not trying to tear apart my drawing. I'm not trying to say I'm a bad artist at all. This is how artists grow, is they make a piece, whether they like it or not, and they find the things they like about it, so they do it again. So I can tell you the things I like about it if that also helps. And you find the things you could have done better, so that the next time you do it, you improve. If it weren't for me doing these things that sound like I'm tearing myself down, but I'm not. If it weren't for me doing these things, I wouldn't improve. I would draw a picture, it would have all the same mistakes, and that would be the end of that, right? Yeah, the hair. So the things I like about this piece. There are things I could have improved on the hair. I've already touched up on that, right? But the way that I did the hair, if I open the original file and I go back into the sketch layer. Now, believe it or not, here's the sketch layer. And the reason I say that is because I actually sketched this whole thing. I didn't use a template this time around. Normally, you guys already know, normally I use templates, especially to speed things up. I've been using templates a lot. For this one, I didn't. For this one, I did the rough sketch, super rough. I did the clean sketch, and when I did the clean sketch, I only did the focal area, you see? Because the focal area was the important part. Otherwise, I could go straight from line art, right from the rough sketch to the line art with everything else, because it didn't matter as much. Especially the back of the hair. I don't think I have my lined version, do I? Oh, I do. This is the line art. I did not even line the back of the hair. I was like, there's no reason to, especially because it's going to get blurred and everything. I didn't even line the back of the hair. This is everything that I lined, and done. Moving on to color. And then I colored it. I merged everything already at this point, but I did base color, then I did all these like other colors, like the different pinks and the blues and stuff. Then I did gradients. I did the cell shading. I rendered the eye. She even had blush. A lot of this was also lost because of my finalizing stuff. This is without like the orbs. The orbs are... I don't think I saved the orbs. Did I? No. I added the spikes afterwards too. Oh, that was like an afterthought to add the spikes because they were on her collar. I was like, oh crap. But yeah, my line art. Oh, this is so cool. I love looking at art without the line art. My line art did not consist of any of the back hair. All the back hair is on its own layer entirely. That's something that I really liked about this piece, is that I was able to do the back hair so fast because all I did was the lasso tool. I just did my lasso tool. Oh, hold on. This was like me doing the hair, basically. That was the hair. Obviously in the right colors. And when it was done, it was done. And I didn't have to think too hard about it. And that's something I really liked. I want to do that again. For illustrations, I don't think I could pull that off for animations because animations are very different. But that's something I really liked about the hair. I didn't like how I went about doing the different colors in the hair. I wasn't entirely sure how to approach that, so I did it like that, but now that I did it like that, I think I'm going to approach it a little differently next time. I don't know how. I don't really want to do a gradient, but maybe a gradient. I don't know yet. And yeah, it's, again, I'm not saying the art piece is bad. I'm just saying that I have to break it apart. Oh, you can see that I moved it a little bit. Oh, I did some... This was the original piece that I actually made. And then I did some, liquefy tool. And yeah, this is what it came out to be. Unique color? Yeah, like I said, it's, Sleepy Bunsu's OC. Congratulations, babe. Thank you, Advent. Sorry if it sounds like I'm tearing apart my art. Again, I'm not trying to. I'm analyzing it so that I can improve for next time. Maximum Light Expedition? That's that right? It's kind of the atmosphere it gives, so one could expect more highlight on the collar and not a total full shadow on her right arm. My wordless 2 cents. Exactly. Like, if this is, like, if I had thought about the piece a little bit more before going into it, I could have done really cool things. Like, if I wanted it to be a fully dark setting and have, like, backlight on her or something, and then the orbs glow a little bit, that would have been really cool. But I didn't think about it. I just kind of gave her basic shadows at first, and then I started adding more to the shadows, and then I had the light coming in from over here, and there was, like, a lot going on. And then I was like, well, I'm almost out of time. Because, again, this was a time challenge. I had 2 hours to finish it. I don't necessarily dislike how it came out, but it definitely... There's a lot that I could have... I also want to... I need to flip a little bit more often. I didn't flip nearly enough during my sketches because I was going really fast. And because I didn't flip in my sketches... very much. That's why I wound up liquefied tooling at the end, which isn't the worst thing to do, but definitely would rather liquefy a sketch and then line it properly than liquefy the final, because some stuff got messed up. So liquefying flip more during the sketches is another thing. I wish I wrote any of this down. I didn't write any of that down. I was saying it out loud because I didn't write it down.
Hi, mermaid boy. How you doing?
It's very apparent that it's an observation as improvement. Thank you, Miso. Oh, there's a Pokemon. Self-critique, it is. As long as you're pointing out good things and you're not literally just saying how much you suck at art, you know what I mean? Because then if that's all you were doing, then I don't know if that's critiquing. That's like... Self-critique is the same as if someone else was to critique you, right? If someone else was to critique you, and they're just putting you down the whole time, like saying, oh, this sucks, that sucks, and they don't, like, tell you how you could have done it differently and everything, that's just as bad as if you also do that to yourself. Like, oh, this is bad, I don't know how to fix it, but it's so bad, and I'm so bad at art, you know what I mean? That's not good. I wouldn't even call that critiquing. That's just self-deprecation at that point. Like, I see what I did wrong, and I know how to fix it next time. It's things that I have to be mindful. It's honestly mindfulness of doing art. And that's how you improve. Or for me, that's how I improve, and that's how I get faster at doing the art. Because I want to get faster. So, yeah, it was a fun challenge. I want to do another one. I think the next time, don't tell her. The next time I do the next one, I either want to do... draw... Okay, I'm torn between... I want to draw one of the new Hololives. I want to draw Katie. Because I haven't drawn Katie in a while. I'd love to draw Katie again. One of the Hololives. Or there is a birthday girl coming up. I'd love to draw the birthday girl. The only thing that sucks with drawing the birthday... That's not bad. It's not a bad thing at all. But the only thing that kind of sucks about drawing the birthday girl is that I can't post it until, like, next month. So, it's like... I can't do, like, my goal right now is to do these and immediately draw it, or immediately post it so that I can't sit here and try to constantly fix it, you know what I mean? So posting it is a part of kind of, all right, it's done, it's officially done, boom. It's posted, I literally can't do anything about it now, you know what I mean? It's Gur's birthday, I don't know if I'm gonna do another one today. I guess I could do one after stream? Oh yeah, it is Gur's birthday. But no, they have the new Hololive girls that are debuting. Here, I'll post them. I'll show you guys. The new EN. Poll? I could do a poll. My qualm with doing a poll is that I don't want to get stuck doing something. Like, it's fun to put a poll, and let's say the new Hololives gets voted for. I would love to draw them, don't get me wrong. These are the new 4, by the way. But what if, like, at the time, as soon as it comes up time to draw it, and I'm suddenly like, I really want to draw Katie now. I don't really want to draw, you know what I mean? So I don't know if I want to put a poll. I think I just want to do it when I get to doing it. I'm just going to be like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. Yeah, don't they look great? I'm so excited. They're this weekend, right? When is the debut? Gen 4. Gen 4's EN. Hololive EN's Gen 4. There we go. Oh my gosh, I can't speak today. Thank you, guys.
Hi, Lucky.
Yeah, self-deprecation is not productive, exactly. Yeah, but for the piece that I made, again, I think it is pretty cool. But there's a lot of things I gotta fix, and I'm hoping the next time I get into it, I'm gonna fix them. I'm excited for it, honestly. Right, Miso? Sweetie. Cool, break time. Wait, who are the ones with the hoodie? I don't actually know them by name. Is it tomorrow? What time tomorrow? Wait, what's this? No, tomorrow's Friday. Oh, snap. Let me see if I can find like an image that has their names. They have this image, but I was hoping they had like, you know how they have like these ones? I wanted one of these ones with the girls. But this, I mean, obviously this is the other HoloLive group, but I don't see anything like that for... Oh wait, let me type in Gen 4. Duh. All I typed in was HoloLive EN. That would make a lot of sense. Oh, I typed Gen 3 instead of Gen 4. There we go. I think this is not English group. Let me just take to Twitter then. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the one with the irony. Here, let me go. Holo. All I have to do is type in HoloLive, and it's just gonna show up right on the first thing. Here it is. Do they have like an image that has all four of them? Oh, here's... Okay, wait, this has all of them? Wait, does it? It has... No, those aren't... I'm crying! I was hoping that was on there. Oh wait, there's fan art! There's fan art tag for all four of them. They have the Justice Sketchbook tag. By the way, for the record, for those of you that are artists looking to, I guess, gain some traction to your page on Twitter, in the very least Twitter is what I can speak for. I can't speak for anything else. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. You draw fan art of people before they debut. You draw fan art of them after they debut or during their debut, especially people that are as big as HoloLive. You really want to, like, and I'm being for real. I mean, with Twitter, it's mostly about the memes, I'll be honest. But this is just another avenue, is doing a lot of fan art, and this is the best time. If you were ever to do some fan art, right now is the best time to do some fan art to gain some traction, because there's not a whole lot of art. I mean, there is a lot of art already coming out because people are really freaking fast. But there's not as much fan art of these girls as there are of all of the other HoloLive members, which is why right now is the time to do it, because you will be seen more likely than not. Yeah, there's a lot of fan art already. I'm like looking through it. Yeah. Fan art to the rescue, that's right. So highly recommend if you guys are looking to do a little, at least be seen a little bit more. Maybe you want your page to, I don't know. Obviously I can't guarantee anything, but right now is the time to draw the gals, especially before they debut. But even after they debut, it's still another good time. I know, Zero. Without saying it, we won't say it, but we all know. We all know. We all know. I'm so happy too. I'm so happy. Oh my goodness. HoloLive debut usually showcase their fan art. That's a big thing. I actually did not know that, sweetie. So there you go. For a chance, I guarantee you nothing, but for a chance, maybe they'll showcase your fan art too. Just make sure you use the proper tags. Use Justice Sketchbook for drawing any of them, because that's for like that's for like the group in general. And then don't forget to use the tag for the individual you draw, or if you draw more than one, use their tags so that they will be seen. Yeah, welcome to social media. It's not even 101. It's just social media, like, things you can do in social media. You do not have to. If this is, first of all, if this is all a hobby for you, you don't even have to have a social media if this is all just a hobby. Also, Gigi? Did I say that right? Gigi is her name? Gigi? Gigi? I don't know how to pronounce it, but that is the hoodie one. Yeah! Yeah, you're looking at her, Gray. But again, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. You know how it is. We don't talk about their pasts. I'm just very excited. Yeah, this one's named Gigi or Gigi. Again, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Gigi. Here, I'll give you guys the link to all of them. That would make a lot more sense. This is the one with the hoodie that we're currently zoomed in on. Yes, exactly, Gray. The one with the red hair back there. I will get the link. That is Elizabeth. I don't know why I'm shouting them out of all people to shout. Like, you know what I mean? Because we're talking about HoloLive. This one is Cecilia. Did I say that right? Cecilia. I actually hella love Cecilia's design. Here, let me show you guys hers, like, in a solo. Hold on, wait. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I want to see if I can find, like, a closer to full... Someone posted a really cool image of them. I don't know if it was... Oh, yes. Oh, right. I remember now. It was... Someone had said it to me, DM. Look at this design. Look, it's so beautiful. I don't know. I'm a little biased. I love little dolls. Otherwise, I wouldn't have porcelain maids sitting on my desk. I love dolls. But it's music? Come on, I'm biased, bro. I gotta show Maestro this one. Wait, hold on. Let me show Maestro, because Maestro's not really in the scene for corporate VTubers, but maybe if anyone was to get him into it, maybe someone that does, like, has a musical design? Yeah. I think you would like this design. It's one of the new girls debuting tomorrow. I spelled tomorrow wrong, but I'm sure he'll understand. Yeah, I might as well show them all, because hold on. Got DM'd the other day. I gotta find, here it is. So this was the hoodie girl. This is the first one that we looked at. Going a little out of order, but gorgeous. I like this one too a lot, actually. You know what I really like? Hair in the ears. I like that. That is so cool. And the big zip. Oh, I love when a zipper has a huge, whatever this is called. Like the zipper, the handle for the zipper. You know what I mean? I love that. I love that when they have huge. And don't get me wrong, I am a big fan of huge hoodies. I just hate drawing them because I always draw the body, and every single time, always successful. Every single time I have to draw a character with a huge hoodie, I draw the anatomy on point. Look at this. This is so cool. I draw the anatomy on point, and then I sit there and I cry because I have to hide the anatomy behind the huge hoodie. Every time, never fails. I love this little tail thing, too. And look, the gloves. It's like it's so cool. This design's really cool, too. All of them are really cool, but I'm showing them off one by one. Then this was the second person that I was telling you guys about. Oh, I hit the wrong button. The redhead. I don't know much about this one. I haven't really seen too much of it. I've seen all the other ones, especially the last one I'm going to show you, but... Oh my gosh, I don't think I followed. I don't think I followed. I didn't. I'm following now, right now. Okay, I'm now following. I didn't follow the last one I'm going to show you guys, the fourth one, the pink cat. I was about to do myself an injustice, bro. I was going to cry. Honkai Star Rail vibe, honestly? I think you would, Maestro. Danganronpa, right? Danganronpa, or for me, it's evolution. It gives me an evolution to, I don't know why. This one's really nice too. I like this little flame. I'd like to learn more about them too. I love the idea of the red hair. I feel like there's another Hololive that does something similar. The like a top hair with the gradient underneath, like the red basically with a blue gradient, but I really like that. Reminds me of flames because, you know, red flame, blue flame. Hold on, focus timer, I'm not ready. Can I get a pause on the timer real quick while I grab the last one? And then we have the last one. I'll give you guys her link. I'm biased. So this last one is an artist. I'm not gonna say, here's the link to this one. And I had to immediately, thank you. I had to immediately follow because I was like, oh crap, I wasn't following her. So this last one is an artist. So I'm a bit biased because I love artists. I don't know if the other ones are going to be artists as well. I do not know. Very biased though. Yes, very biased. Gorgeous. I know, sweetie. There's a lot to be said here. But we will say them behind closed doors. We will say them in our group chats. Or our Discord calls. I love how big and fluffy this tail is. It's not like, you know how like a lot of cat tails are like really thin? It's like the thin mentality where it's, you know, line instead of a lot of fluff and fur, but it's still like really thick. I like that. I also like the color change for the eyes. I know, she's super pretty. Yeah, oh my gosh. These character sheets are so well done. So well done. Here, I will ask one thing. Did you guys expect it to happen? That's the only thing I will, like, ask. And then I'm just gonna move on from the whole topic. In fact, I probably shouldn't have even asked that, but... I had no expectations. I didn't know what. I was like, you know. That, yeah, I never expect anything, exactly. But those are the 4 that are debuting tomorrow. I'm very excited for them. So if I were to draw one, I don't know which one I would draw, because obviously I have a bias. Obviously I have a big bias. Looks like a snow leopard? Yeah, she's a pink panther. She's a pink panther, to be more specific than just a cat. But she's a pink panther. If you know, you know, Rim. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, Gray. They do have weapons. They do. This one is so cool. So right, what I was saying is, I don't know which one I would want to draw because this one is my favorite by design. Obviously I have a bias for my favorite overall, and then I really like the one that has the hoodie, because I don't know, the design is also really cool. There's so many, they're so good. So do I draw the one that I really like by design, or do I draw the one that I like overall? I could draw both, but I can only pick one at a time. You know what I mean? I guess I could do both. You know what I mean? It's for my 2-hour challenge. I don't think I could draw 2 people in 2 hours. Not yet, anyway. Hoodies, yeah. Fair, Gray. You love the green dress? Exactly, Oz. It's nice. It is nice, sweetie. Hi, Alwyn. It is a really good design, right? The orange hoodie reminds you of May from Guilty Gear. I don't know who May from Guilty Gear is, but I know Guilty Gear is that one fighting game. I can imagine. Draw both in one piece doing some pose, but I can't. I have only 2 hours. I'm not skilled enough yet. I'm not skilled enough to draw 2 people in 2 hours. Yet. Sleepy replied. Sleepy liked it. I'm glad. You know what the funny part about me drawing Sleepy is that Sleepy is doing art fight. I could have drawn Sleepy. I mean, I still can for art fight. But I was like, nah, but I want to draw Sleepy now. I don't want to wait. Let me reply, then I'll get onto it. Alright, I have replied.
Yippee!
Yeah, like I said, it was a fun challenge, but I definitely know what to do next time. I just wish I wrote it down. I did not write down anything. But at least I said it out loud in the VOD, so if I'm not lazy enough, I can go back in the VOD. Sorry, I'm still looking at the design. It's so cool. What is Art Fight?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Art Fight. It's a website. TLDR. It's a website. You sign up, and during the month of July, there's 2 teams. During the month of July, the teams will attack each other. So you pick a team. When I say attack, I'm messing up my explanation. Basically, there's 2 teams. You have to draw the other team's OCs in order to gain points for your team. And the team with the most points win. There's the TLDR. I was trying to think of the best way to TLDR that, but my brain was like, This is nice. So I think I'm gonna draw this one first. But was this Elizabeth? I don't actually remember. No. Was it? Cecilia, that's the one, that's the one. Elizabeth was the one with the red hair, right? Then there's Gigi. I still don't know how to pronounce that one. With the hoodie.
Hi, Manbear. Wiggling.
Cecilia. I find this interesting. I wonder what language that's supposed to be. Well, that's Japanese, but I was like, it's really cool. Okay, anyway. Moving on. Let's go back to our work. But yeah, I think I'm gonna draw her first. And then, if I have time before the debut, I'll try to draw... Oh, I don't know how to pronounce her name either. I know, it's very sad. I'm sorry. I'm a little lame. How do you pronounce this? Help me out. Help me out, sweetie. Oz. Raura? Raura? Raura Panthora? Panthera? The mysterious forgotten magical language. Katakana. No. Wait, I said that right, Raura? Okay. All I know is spelling the art competition coming up. The art competition? Which one? The snow leopard? Pink Panther. You got it? Heck yeah.
Happy.
You basically draw enemy OCs to win? Yes. You can draw people on your team, but you get less points for it. So if, for example, if you got 4 points for drawing the other team, you would only get 1 point for drawing your team. Just as an example. I don't know how the exact number is there, but... And it really depends, too, because they do it based off of, is this just a sketch? Because you could do a sketch without any color at all. You don't have to fully render anything. You could do just a sketch, and when you send it in, you have to just say, okay, this is a sketch. There's no coloring or anything, and they give you a few points. They don't give you the most amount of points you could get if you did a full render with full background and everything, you know? It really just depends. But you could do a lot more sketches than you could fully rendered ones. So it depends on how you want to do art. It just depends on how you want to do art fight. You either want to do as many drawings as possible, or you want to get as many points per drawing as possible. Or a mix of anything. The Chambers art? The Chambers drawing? I'm trying to think of what you're talking about. Do you mean the isometric? event that we're doing. If you guys didn't know, we're doing an art event in our Discord. It's coming up. Signups are still open until June 30th. You still have like 10 days. You still have 10 days. Yeah, the isometric event. Her name is wildly difficult to pronounce anyway. I default to the Japanese pronunciation because it's easier. There's a Japanese pronunciation? Raora. Raura? 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 You got it right. Okay, Raura. Wow. Alright. I'll start back up the timer. Raora. Aurora. Aurora. Wait, if you take her name and you take out the first Ra. Oh my gosh. Let me start the timer back up. I know, there's so many things I want to do with art, and I just don't have the time. I don't have the time. Or the energy.
Who did that? Thank you, Wild Potatoes. I'll drink great.
Wait, let me start the timer now. No, wait, let me type it, and then I will drink right now.
Well, you're in luck. It's time to get the time.
Soon, my order of Rogue should be in. Soon. And once I get my Rogue energy, then we'll be talking. Heck yeah. That's right. And you too can save 20% off your order of Rogue energy. Heck yeah. Although I'll try to keep an eye out for you guys when there's really, really good deals, like 30 or more % off again. And I'll let you know. I'll be like, hey guys, you don't have to use my coupon code, but you could use my referral link. And if you use my referral link with the coupon code that saves you more money, you will save even more money. Hell yeah. But I'll have to keep an eye out for those when those like I'm assuming because it's almost summertime, there's gonna be a summer deal coming. I cannot guarantee at all. But that would be really cool if there is. So I'll let you guys know. Oh, thank you guys. Sorry, I'm stretching real quick. Sorry. Had a question? Oh, sorry, Gray. Can you repost the question? It's already gone.
Yeah. Yee, thank you.
Oh. Matama. Minecraft server? We used to actually have a Minecraft server. It is gone now. I don't think I'll start up another one. It does cost me not a whole lot. I think it was like 10 to 15 bucks a month, which wasn't a whole lot. But at the end of the day, it stopped getting used. I don't even play Minecraft personally. So I just kind of opted to just womp 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 womp. But one day, maybe in the future, if we do another Minecraft stream, I'll at least have it open again for another month. But that'll be if we do another Minecraft stream sometime. I'm not opposed to Minecraft, for the record. I don't, like, hate Minecraft. I just don't play it that often. It's not, like, my favorite of games. But I play it. It's like, honestly, it's like a lot of the other Minecraft gamers. I play it maybe once a year. And when I do play it, I play it for, like, 3 weeks straight for once a year. And then when I finally, like, I'm like, okay, I had a Minecraft out. It's fun with friends, but it's not as fun when your friends stop playing and then it's just you and you're like, eh. You tried art fight? Never into it? What is a good starting point for art fight? What do you mean exactly? What's a good starting point for art fight? Like, how to get into it kind of thing to start doing it? I think it really just depends on, I guess, what you could do is try to find people that you really want to draw. That's kind of what I can think of off the top of my head. Me for this year, for example, I'm gonna be attacking very specific people, and it'll be very obvious who I'm attacking once art fight starts. I'm excited. I'm not gonna tell you though, it's a secret. I don't want to spoil it. But when art fight starts, I'm gonna be attacking very specific people. So maybe if you just look in, there's a search to search tags of different characters. You can draw robots, humans, aminos. There are a lot of furries. If you do draw furry art, I personally do not. But there is a lot of furry as well. Stuff like that. It just comes down to what you like.
Have a good one, Grim. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, exactly, Wild Potatoes. It's like, I play Minecraft, but only once a year. Do you still have to pay for it, though, then? Wild Potatoes? Yeah, Rim, you were playing Minecraft for, like, a while. I mean, like, you were playing, like, Minecraft for a year or two straight, or longer. I'm surprised to hear you're burnt out. Well, I'm not surprised to hear you're burnt out from it, but just surprised because you've been playing it for so long. Do signups for our fight close at any point? Yes. No. Wait. Let me think about that, actually. I think you can sign up for Art Fight at any point up until the very end. I think. You might want to look that one up, though. You can sign up for Art Fight at any point until the very end of Art Fight. Because when it ends, then... I mean, you can't join... Yeah. Then it's over. But might want to look that up just in case, because worst case scenario, you can only sign up until July 1st, because that's when it starts. Best case scenario, you have until the end to sign up, in case you change your mind. I'm pretty sure you could sign up at any... I'm like... kind of sure. We all know this moment when you're like, oh yeah, sure. Just a nostalgic Minecraft session. Exactly. It ends up building a whole castle. Exactly. No monies. It even sets up the server side stuff. Ah.
Maybe.
I'll be doing attacks with the goal is to reach 500 points. I'll be doing the same with the attacks with the goal is to reach overall 500 points. Okay, sorry. I was reading that very wrong multiple times. I'm excited. I don't have a point goal. Maybe I should try aiming for a point goal this year, the way Rekko does. Because usually my goals have always been reach a certain number of attacks. You know, take a guess. Unless you already know because you were part of it. Take a guess as to how many points I reached the first year of Art Fight. Or my first year of Art Fight. Quick question about the isometric. Will all the details concerning it be posted in Discord? It already is. Yes, it's been posted a while back. Yeah, here, I'll give you a tag. So you can find him easy. Or anyone else that wants to do it. Over 9,000? No. Over 1K? No. Below 100? No. No's to all of them. Okay, here's all the isometric. Let's see. We have the rules. You have... Well, I read it, but I meant like the groups created. Oh. The groups will be created... I think it's in the details. So in the README... Let me check. Yeah, in the README, it says that applications end on June 30th, and July 1st is when everyone will be revealed what groups they are in.
Yeah.
The 4-digit number? No, it's a 3-digit number. It's a, it's 100. You said below 100, so I was like, that's ironic. I made 100 attacks my first year. And that was cool, but it was a lot of, like, some of them were post-it note drawings, because that was back when I was working in the lab. So I could only do so much. And so the quality was not that great. But my second year, the quality, I feel like the quality shot up a lot. But I only made like 20-something drawings my second year. And this is my third year. You burned out long before that? Oh, I didn't know, Rim. Well. So I'm catching up a little bit. This is your third year doing it? Wait, this is your third year doing it? Did we start the same year? Oh yeah, we did. Cause Bloom. I was told about Art Fight in 2021, but I was told in August, literally right after Art Fight was done, and I was like, aw. I was so sad. So I had to join in 2022. And so that's why I'm like, wait, I'm pretty sure I thought I had been doing it for a year, but I guess not. Right on the money. That's right, Gray. Yeah, exactly, Grim. But it's a good way to practice how much detail you need to make your drawing recognizable. You mean like sketches? I don't think my sketches were, you know, unrecognizable. I was gonna say something about some cheese and then I decided to take it back. Like here's an example of a post-it drawing. See if you can tell who that is. It's very fast. I did it on a post-it note and I submitted it via mobile too because I was in a rush. Yeah, Oz. Maestro, it is Maestro. I have no idea. Do you know how many times I've drawn Maestro because of Art Fight? Oh man. I'm not biased, I swear. What? No. No, no me. It's no me. This one, I don't think anyone else would be able to get. I think one person can get this one. Maybe. Grim. You should, Miso. Have a good lurk. Have no idea. Do you actually know or nah? Like I said, I think only one person would know. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, these are like the post-it note drawings. It's not detailed at all, but you know. I was like, must get to 100. Yeah. Yes, it's Rim. Okay, yeah. Oh wait, how did you know? How did you guys know it looked like Rim? What? Nani? What? Ooh. It's Rim. Because I've drawn 2 minutes. Oh man, it's great. In 2-minute sketches we trust. Sorry. Wait, hold on. I'm shifting my weight to sit a little differently. Okay. I think because of the tummy today, I think I'm gonna skip walking and I'm gonna actually eat my lunch. I'm gonna go, like, when the timer hits 4 minutes, I'm gonna go and actually make and eat lunch. Because I have leftovers I just heat up, but I think that's okay to do every now and then. I don't know. I feel a little, ow. Maybe I should walk. Because I'm still trying to, the thing is, I'm still trying to form the habit of walking. I don't want to break the habit as well. Sounds like a good idea. It does.
That's a cute song.
Spitting it on the floor? Yeah. I'll try not to push myself. If I can, I can. If I can't, I won't. And I don't think I will, to be honest. But there are times when we have to, like, we as in, you know what I mean, unfortunately still do stuff even if we're really not feeling it. With some exceptions. But I've seen jobs get so mad at, you know, people taking off because of stuff like this. They're like, are you serious? It's like, bro, some people don't get it super bad and some people get it really bad. So, what? If a doctor says it could be pretty bad, who am I to disagree? Exactly. And it can be pretty bad. Pretty bad. Alright, I think I finally finished all the shading. Oh, that's right. I was like, you know, this is taking longer than I thought it would. What? It's because I went on a huge rant about my art earlier, which I still need to go back into the VOD and make sure I clip that, or not clip it, but highlight it. Or at least just go back and write it down. I gotta write it down. I want to see if I can get these two shaded as well. Let's do, actually, speaking of highlights, let's do some highlights now. I gotta label my stuff. Hold on. One of the things they suggested as well to work faster is to have less layers, which I definitely do not disagree on. But they also said, hey, but if you're doing this for, like, commission work or clients and stuff, you're probably gonna want to spend a little more time doing details and stuff. And I was like, you know, I also understand that. I'm just gonna... How do I want to do this? Endometriosis? Did I say that right? What is that?
Hi, Jeannie. Welcome in.
I admire people with less than 20 layers. I can only imagine if I had less than 20 layers for this whole thing. Because there's 9... 10. There's 10 different images. That'd be 2 layers per image. Lol.
Hi, Jeannie. I hope it's been a good day today.
Ooh, jellyfish. I bounce between 20 to 30 layers depending on how much I merge. That's also fair. I currently... Is there a way to tell how many layers you have at the moment without having to count them all? I can tell you, I've been working on this specific art for 24 hours and 30 minutes. Straight. Well, not like me working on it straight, but like that's what CSP tells me. This is why I mentioned that I have to start working faster. You love doing 1-layer challenges? I would like to try it sometime. That sounds really hard. So like traditional art digitally? Kind of. I say kind of because traditional animation has several layers as well. It's tough, isn't it? Yay.
Ugh, that sounds extremely painful. Yuck. Yeah.
Aw, Marine Boy.
I'm glad. I'm glad. We do a little learning. We do a little learning. A little talking about art.
What the heck just happened to the music? Like, it was such a brief stop. What the heck? Oh wait, I did that wrong. Whoa!
My eyes. How's your day off going, Lucky? Can't seem to remember it? Ugh, I hope your doggo feels better. No. No. Good luck, Gray. It's a little chaotic on the Discord right now for the art fight Discord. I wish you good luck. Hi, Inky. We always finish. Actually, we're kind of nowhere near finishing, and that's okay. It happens. Have a good one, Oz. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I'll just finish for the day. Yeah, we'll come back to it tomorrow. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, girl, hey.
My name is Ansai Farah, and you should be following Spelly. Like, what are you waiting for?
Hey, girl, hey. Oh, poop. Why did I merge the layers? Now that I think about it. Poop. No, I didn't want to merge the layers. There we go. Because now I can do this. Mm. I probably won't do that though. I'll probably do this. Aw, thank you for the contributions, gang. Heck yeah, we're getting closer. Ads. No. I should probably put this somewhere. Hold on. Oh, crap. I forgot to turn off the... No, it's fine. It's fine. Wait, is it? Maybe? I forgot to turn off the multiply layer. I saw you. I saw you. Haha. Kind of like see you, but bleh. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Who what? Who did that? Hello. Thank you for the drink. I'll drink right now. Ow. Crying. Whack. Whack. Thank you for the head pats. I needed that. Whack. Hold on, I forgot to add the... Oh, my. Oh. There we go. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot another thing. Too many colors, too many colors. One more time. Last time's a charm. Screenshot. Oh, what? No. Okay. Ugh, okay, let's move on.
Meh. I forgot to do. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't forget. It's over here.
Yeah. Beans. Realistically, beans. Oh. Pokemon.
Heck yeah. How do you just have eyes? Well, for this character anyway. Still have to draw all the other characters. Oh no, did I just close that? Oh crap. No! I didn't mean to. I meant to close the other one. Crying. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, sweetie. It's getting there. I appreciate you, sweetie.
Is it commission you were... Is this commission? Where you had to design one step? Oh yeah, this one. We designed this one. And I sent it to our client and Parker was like, oh, I like it. And I was like, yahoo! So... Now I just have to design Monokuma up here.
Who did that? Tay! Thank you so much for becoming a subscriber on the YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you, and thank you for the drink. I'm gonna drink right now. Yoshi!
For sure the type that hates his job but is way too good at it. Yep, that's the expression. Or that's the look I'm trying, the vibe. There we go. I want him to look like he knows what he's doing, but he hates his job. Alright. I'm not sure whether I'll do the eyes next or if I'll start shading and lining these ones towards the end. Decapitated? Sorry. I think I'm gonna start doing these ones towards the end. Which means I need these colors again. I'll start getting set up for it. Get it ready. Alright, gang. I'm gonna start setting up words on stream. Now, like I mentioned, I'm not really gonna go for a walk. I'm gonna go make lunch because I'm not really feeling super good to go walk. But I can go make lunch because I have not eaten yet. I ate breakfast, but you know what I mean. So we start setting up words. What was that sound? Alright, alright. Let's get it. 27. I don't know if we can beat that, but we can. Oh, Sun Bear!
Sun Bear, welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in! Hello! How was RO? Stop! Hello, Raiders. My name is Belly.
I am your headmistress Switch on Twitch. I'm not playing the game behind the screen. And I do art and animation!
Thank you so much for the raid. For the raid.
We are totally not behind the screen playing words on stream or anything. What? No, not us.
How are you doing today? How are you doing today?
You started leveling the Doram? The summoner or the cat? Oh, the cat! Yeah, the cat's one on mobile. No, I don't think we did at all. I am so sorry. No cats, we can play them. I know! I would have absolutely, if we did, I would have absolutely. That would have been so fun. Is on the other mobile game? Darn. Beans. You wrote, it's spelled, it's not spelled that way. That's why. Sunbear, I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. If you want to play some games, here's a game. Otherwise, if you gotta go, I also am about to go make lunch. I'm actually not going for a walk right this second because my tummy hurts today, so I'm gonna make lunch instead. Yeah. You gotta ask you to level a cat. Hey, what's wrong with cats? Cats are cool. Cats are cool. Yeah. I'm gonna buy some tea. Can you buy me some ginger tea while you're at it? I could use some. Continue. SQ table gets funny at level 90. Aw, it scares you. I believe in you, bro. I believe in you. But yeah, I'm gonna go snaggy some food now. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate it, Sunbear. And I will see you guys in a little bit. Enjoy the game in the meantime. I turned off my thing. Here we go.
TV. Hello. It's me. I'm Spelly.
Oh, right, I forgot I can't blink. Oh, this is cringe.
Thank you.
I'm your non-blinkable friend. Alright. Thank you for playing, everyone. Congratulations to Jack on first, then Sweetie, me, Man Bear, Anamon, and Sick Ripper. Let's go. My tummy here. Thank you for the head pats. Can I have belly pats instead? Can I have pats on the belly? I would like that. I'm gonna take up the whole side of my screen this time. Because I'm a chibi, I'm gonna take up everything. My stream. I forgot I can't blink. This is so weird. Can I turn on like an auto blink? I feel so weird I can't blink, bro. Give me my eyes back. I don't even know if there is an auto blink. Blink. What? Who did that? Oh wait, is it this? No, that's not it. Yeah, there is no... Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh. I'll take a little drink. Yeah.
It's Chibli. It's me, Chibli.
I'm gonna fix the timer in a moment. Staring into our souls. I'm trying to figure out if I could turn on auto blink so I don't feel so odd. What does this do? Oh. Turn on Frank. Now we have our boy Frank. Turn off Frank.
Cheese. Cheese. Cheese, please.
I wish there was a way to turn off it being affected by other light. Is that a monster hat? It's the hat. It has, you can see it from this way, but in VR chat, I don't know why I said VR chat. You can't see it on this side. It's literally just a setting in Unity. No, the art. I thought you meant my hat. Well, my hat is also a monster. No, just kidding. Yeah, it is. It is. There's a lore behind it, and you will find out. Oh gosh, my stomach is like.
Cheese.
That's right. I kind of just want to play around. I don't even want to. That's no bueno. No bueno. Take a Tums? No, I didn't take any Tums. Not a bad idea. But I don't think Tums are gonna help with this pain. It's female pain. You know what I mean. And I don't think I have... Oh, wait, I might have some Midol somewhere. But it was definitely the food that sparked, cramping. And so, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, it's good to eat, but sometimes I don't eat specifically on these days, just because, yeah. I didn't think that it would hurt, though. Also, you guys are gonna have to deal with the fact that I'm not blinking, because it's just, I can't find if there's a way to make it blink. Pretend. We can all pretend together that she blink. Ow, my knee. Ooh. Actually, I kind of want to go say hi to someone. You guys want to come with me and go say hi? Aw, man, we have 71 minutes on the timer, though. Actually, you know what's funny about that? I think if we went, yeah, let's go say hi. If we streamed for the 71 hours, 71 minutes, 74 minutes compared to doing 2 pomos, I think the 2 pomos, yeah, the 2 pomos would be even longer than the 74 minutes. Let's go say hi. Sorry to cut it a little short. I mean, it's not that much shorter. It's probably like an hour or two-ish. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. It's like an hour or so shorter, so it's not like that short, but yeah, I think I'm gonna lay down. I was really enjoying laying down and playing, the game. That was pretty fun. I don't have any other stream games like that, though, if you wanted to just play stuff. Actually, before I go, do you guys wanna... Does anyone have any suggestions for, like, streamy games like that? Because I'm trying to think of what are some other fun things we could do, like, whenever I go for my walks and stuff. Something that I don't have to be here to control, because if I go for a walk, I won't be able to control those things. Also, I'm gonna snooze the ads, because I don't want ads playing right now. I'm trying to think. Oh, you guys want to see this really quick? I said I was going to show you guys today, and then I didn't really think about it too hard, so I didn't show you. Oh, my timer's going off. Get out of here. Yeah, I'll show you guys. Yeah, I'm not really sure either. I know there's Kukuro. That's a fun game, but that one requires someone being here, you know what I mean? Someone has to start up the games and everything. Here, I'll take a... Let's go back over here. Ooh, party. Let's see. I'll show you guys... Oh, man, I'm like sideways. There we go. Party hardy. Wait, can I... No, not that. No, I did the wrong thing. Oh, I can't... Oh, I'm inside the desk. I'm so... What the heck? No! Oh, I'm like lagging too. I'm inside the desk right now. Okay, let me get out of here. Yeah. Oh no, I'm inside the desk. Get her a stool. I was like, no. How could this happen to me? I'm beat by which day? Okay, let me see. I think it's a game capture. Here's the game that I've been playing lately. I want to do a stream with it at some point, just for funsies. What's it called? Spirit City. I was talking about it the other day. You guys already know. Full screen, specific window. This one. There. So you guys can kind of see it. Here, let me put it behind a couple things, so that you can see some of the other stuff still. There we go. Yeah, isn't it cool? Yeah, this one's so cool. Now, granted, I tried to make the character as close as I could. Actually, the character looks more closer to me in real life than it does my character, only because I can't do half and half hair. And there's a lot of things I can't do. But they've been talking about making this game and implementing VRM support. And if they do that, then, you know, then I'll be able to import Spelly, and then I really could use this, because that would be freaking cool. I don't know where I would put the art, but I could have her, look, I could have her drawing up here. She could be drawing. I can't change the camera angles. That would be cool too, but I understand why that would be also very hard. Yeah, VRM support. Wouldn't it be so cool? We're waiting. We're waiting on it. But this is what I've been doing lately. You see some of my journals. This is what I was doing earlier, where it was, I broke down a video that I watched, this one, and then I tried planning out my drawing process, and I kind of messed up towards the end because I forgot to do it. But this is my 2-hour challenge. I was marking everything. I'm going to try to do that again. Maybe if I lay down for a little bit, I'll feel better. They have a little to-do list. They have a timer. They actually have a... Oh, you can't really see it because of the freaking chat. Hold on. Sorry, I'm going to get rid of you guys for a second. There. They have a timer. And it's a Pomo timer, and you can set it up to a max of 60 minutes, and then I think you can do 60-minute breaks. Yeah, you can. I can't go any higher than 60 minutes. I tried to do 120 earlier today for the 2 hours, but I couldn't. So I could do my 40-minute Pomos here and my 10-minute breaks. You can set the number of Pomos up to 5 max. So the cycles that you do. Isn't it cute? Oh, I have so many of them. The little spirit companions. Yeah, Jack, it's really fun. My favorite one so far is either the fish because it has stars in it. And you can like customize it a little bit with different colors. But I like the fish because it has little constellations in it. I like the little ghosty. It's very cute. Look at that. And I have it in blue because my favorite color blue. Oh my gosh, I have the hedgehog and it's so freaking adorable. And oh my gosh, they have Sonic the Hedgehog, Amy, and Shadow, and so I got Shadow. Look at the butt. I love this one too. This one's really cool too. Look at I don't own the skin because I didn't buy it, but there's like a card skin. Super cool. They have Trash Panda. They do have a dog. It's cute. I think this is like a hellhound version. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It looks like a hellhound. That one's cute too. I haven't really seen much of the worm. This is the one you start with. This one I really like this version of it because it's like very galaxy, you know. Yeah, they're really cool. Look, they have I thought about getting it, but I got the blue because again it's my favorite color. What'd you say, slime? Yeah, they have a slime. They have cute combination. I like the strawberry. Maybe I'll get the strawberry at some point. I have plenty of it's all in-game currency. You don't have to actually pay for anything. But maybe at some point if I want to use the slime. Right now I'm using the Oxalal because that's the most recent one I got. It's so cute. And there's several things you can do. So depending on whatever you want to set your character to do, you can be by the fireplace. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys the coolest thing about it. Okay, so let me turn off the music. Hold on, let me grab my headphones. I'm going to turn off the music because I'm going to turn on the music in the game. The game music is all DMCA free if I'm not mistaken as well. I'm really hoping that it is, but I'm pretty sure it is. No, wait, that's not what it wanted. Is that what I wanted? This one? Can you guys hear it now? Okay, yeah, you can hear the game. It is? Yeah, that's really cool. So this is the music you get in the game. But check this out. I'm gonna turn it to nighttime. So you can, first of all, here, let me go by the window. Where's the window? Here it is. You can change the lighting of the day, depending on your mood, or depending if you want it to be accurate to the time of day it is. You have morning, afternoon, evening, and then nighttime. I like the nighttime preferably, but I don't know. It's maybe because it's purple. But here's the really cool thing, other than all the stuff I just said. So they have sounds. Now I know a lot of you aren't into ASMR, that's fine. They are ASMR, but not really. They're just sounds for calming and stuff. But what's really cool is when you turn on the sounds, it makes things happen. So if I turn on the rain, it makes it raining outside. And if you turn it on like a little bit, it's a little bit of rain, but a lot, and it's a lot of rain. That is so cool. You turn on, I'll do these when I go back over there. You can turn on the thunder. That's so cool. You can turn on the wind. I could make it into a starting soon. I absolutely could. Not a bad idea. If they add VRM support, I'll definitely consider it. This is my favorite one to use, where you get like the, you know, the crickets and the little nighttime sounds. And see how it like lights up on the outside? That is so cool. Then these ones don't do anything visually, they're just sounds. But if I go over by the fireplace, and I do whatever I would do over there, and I go back to the sounds, I can turn on the fireplace. So cool! On the fireplace, or you could turn on the... Oh, what was that? Oh! Oh, so right. The way you get these spirits are by doing things. And when you click on them, it gives you a little hint on how to find them. So this one says, my vinyl player has been acting up lately, skipping beats whenever I'm nearby. So I guess when I sat over here and I turned on the vinyl player, now if you... Oh, you can't really see it because of my task list. Hold on. Over here, it says, a spirit is being lured. Patience is the key. So basically, I have to sit here and do my own thing. I did not even realize the ads just started playing. I'm so sorry. I could do my own thing. Like, you could do pomos. You could do pomos and sit here, and you'll be luring a spirit. And whenever this thing lights up with a red dot, you click on it, and you'll unlock the spirit. And it's so cool. It's so cool. They have habits. I just realized I don't want to... I don't want to show my habits. I have really bad habits that I'm trying to fix. I don't really care that much if you guys know, but there are some really bad habits that I'm trying to fix, so I'm gonna leave that alone. You can also decorate your room, like your wallpaper, to be different things. I already have mine set up the way I really like it. You can decorate the desk, this wall over here, this wall over here, the little boba tea. There is, yeah, there's mail. Here, let me see. You could always go back and change your character as well. You can't really see it because there's a hoodie, but you can kind of tell. You know. Yeah, so I can look like a dude. Cut closer. Again, I'm wearing a hoodie. I'd have to, like, maybe change my top to see it a little better. There. Oh crap, where did my hoodie? What was that hoodie I was wearing? This one. But yeah, there is males. It's a really fun game. Of course, I had to give my character the star eyes. I tried to make it as close as I could to Spelly. You can even add facial hair. You can have, like, cat ears and stuff. I don't think it fit for... But I could. I mean, and there's nothing... I have antlers. What's happening? Aw, Kitten! Kitten, I was showing off this game! Hello! Hello, Raiders! My name is Spelly! I'm your headmistress witch on Twitch! And, I do art and animation, yo! Thank you so much for the raid, Kitten! Oh no! Sorry, I was showing off this game just now. About, like, it's... I don't know if I would call it a game, because the point isn't to play. It's like a big, you know, you get a to-do list, you have the Pomo timer in and everything. So I wanted to show it to everyone, because I was like, you guys, I think you guys will really like this one. It's really useful. It helps. Birthday, wait, was it, Kitten's birthday? Hey, yo. Yeah, it's called, hold on, wait. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. If anyone wants to look it up, I'll give you guys the link real quick. Kitten, how was your stream? How was art? How was the art? Here, let me give you the link. It's on Steam. It's not free, but it is on Steam. Once it loads, there we go. Here you go. Yeah, I was like, and you know what? I heard that they're gonna be adding VRM support. Hopefully, it's on the list of things that they want to add. So when they add that, I'll actually be using this on stream, but not right now. I'm just showing it off and stuff. Honestly, I very much feel that, Kitten. I very much feel that. By the way, that one dude in Neko-san, thank you so much. Thank you both so much for coming in and for becoming club members here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Hello, Action Production. Hi, Molo. Hi, Artsy Wartsy.
Wait, no, Artsy... Wasty? I was rhyming there, sorry.
Ludwig. Hello, Pope. Yes, this is you guys. Hey, Mo.
It's not Kitten's birthday, we're trolling her. Happy birthday, Kitten! I'll join you. Happy birthday to you! Well, if you want to share any art, please feel free to. Or if you want to share what you were talking about, that's cool too. Either or. Yeah, custom models, exactly. I hope it was a great birthday stream. That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, I was mentioning all the music on here is DMCA free. You have different sounds. So right now I'm just playing some random sounds, but you can have some sounds playing and stuff. You could decorate your room, you could decorate your person. They have different little animals, little spirits. You could change the time of day. I prefer the nighttime, but you can have different times of day. You could change what you're doing. I'm just having her draw right now. Yeah, it's really fun. It's really fun. So like I said, when they do eventually add VRM support, I think I will bring this to stream. All right, I was just showing off right now, but I think I might actually bring this over to stream when they do. But yeah, okay, let me turn it off.
Goodbye.
I think it auto-saves, I hope. I hope.
Welcome in, everyone. Let me add everything back.
There we go, there we go. Woo! One more time, you can say the name of the game. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. I have the link in the chat, but here you go again, if you want to grab it. Well, Gray, I think you already know about it, but... What if the candle hurts the oxalatle? No, it's part of the oxalatle. It doesn't hurt it. No, it cannot. No.
All right, let's take a sneaky peeky. Let me see.
Ooh, I like the anatomy already. Okay. Oh, right. I sat here waiting for it to show up. I'm not on the art scene. Hold on. Hello, Alistair. I forgot I wasn't on the art scene. I was sitting here like, why isn't it showing up?
Look at that. Look at those proportions.
Very nicely done. Ooh, I see the braids at the top that are started too. That's nice. I am so bad. Please teach me braids. I've been trying to learn how to do braids, and every time someone teaches me, I'm like, I don't know. I do not know. No line weights or details, just the bare bones.
I mean, I never do line weights.
Ever. I used to. Oh, that's not even entirely true. More recently, I did some line-weighted stuff, but most of my stuff doesn't have any weight to it.
One singular brush size.
That's no worries, Gray. You're drawing braids for... Oh, yeah. Listen. A braid, I can tell it's braid. A braid is a braid. A braid is a braid. Because, let's be honest, what? I don't know how some people draw braids like crazy, bro. For animation, exactly. Oh, wait, here, let me keep showing your art. Oh. You draw the line? Wait, that's supposed to be in the middle? Bro, I've been, that blue line that's in the thing you sent, I've always used that as the edges. I've always used the pointed parts as the edges. I sit here, that's supposed to be the middle? This whole time that was supposed to be the middle. Oh, man. What? No wonder I've been doing it wrong. Bro. You wanna know what? Here, I'll show you. You wanna see? There's no way you could do it worse than I could. Hold on. This is what I do. These are, I kid you not, my braids. And then I just like, I don't even know at that point, because I'm like, It's like my brain, bro. I don't know any better. They have character. Yeah, that's a good word for it. I hope everyone else that sees them knows that they have character. But thank you again so much for the raid, Kitten. I really appreciate it. I really, really hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm a little sick today. in the tummy region. And I was showing off the game on stream because I was just about to end. You make heart. Oh, the heart ones are cute. The heart ones are cute. No. You want to go say hi to my friend? My friend's been popping off lately. Popping off on Twitter. Would you all like to go say hi to her? She's drawing cute chibis. She does freebies all the time. So if you follow her on Twitter, I think she's doing freebies right now. Yeah, she's drawing. She said, drop your reference if you want to be drawn on stream. So here's her thingo. But she's drawing right now, so let's go say hi. Let's go say hi. The comfy vibes. Yeah, I'm sorry again. I'm sorry. The timing. Oh, wait, you could literally see her right here. I've been sitting here like, yeah, you guys, I want to show you guys my friend. Let me just, yeah, I did not even realize you guys could see that the whole time. Yeah, it's ghosty. We're gonna go right ghosty. I am sorry that I'm feeling really icky. I'm gonna lay down right after stream. I'm gonna say hi. I hate to raid and run, but I'm gonna say hi and then I'm gonna lay down and just relax for like an hour or two. And then maybe I can get some more work done. I don't know. But my tummy is not feeling well right now. Thank you so much for sharing your art though. I really appreciate it. Thank you, kitten. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Or should I say it's... sorry, I had like a hiccup right in the middle of me saying... Or should I say it's beautiful? Ooh. Do what must be done. We're gonna go do it. We're gonna go do it. Alright. No, thank you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Oh, my knee and my leg. Oh, save. Wait, I gotta save. Okay. I'm saving. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. I'll be live again on Monday. I will probably not be sick then, because this sickness is a very specific time of the month sickness. I know, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. And, obviously, on Monday, I should feel better, so no big worries or anything. It will go away. It just sucks that it happened to fall on today, and today, it, like, sucked all of the energy out of me. I was like, oh, goodness. I was a little better earlier, but now I'm, like... beans. So I'll see you guys on Monday or Sunday for our gaming stream, but Monday